Hello everybody, we are the Great Death Society. My name is Greyson, and welcome back to the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Some people call it Stanley Parable too. In the last episode, we got to the point of the sequel, and we were in the midst of driving the narrator crazy, so let's keep on doing that, shall we? Alright. And the internet's...
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day something very peculiar happened, something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh, everybody! Hey, what up? Welcome in. How's it going, dude? One like, let's go! Thank you all so much for the support, it is great. Alright. Figurine Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room. Alright. All kinds of balloons.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Yeah, I couldn't even turn my monitor off. Wait. Oh! Oh, I climbed up those boxes! Oh, okay, that's what happened.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Excuse me. I don't care, narrator. We're gonna do... Oh, okay, turn that off. Yep. Wait, isn't there something I could do with the bucket?
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Good lord.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
But what if I don't want to go to the left? Right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
The marvel Marvelous employee lounge.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right. Then walking to the lounge. Then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh! Oh, there's a figurine!
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
You found it! Look them all, there's one left. And I know we're gonna stumble across, so where does this lead? Okay. This is new. Hello? Somebody spilled their mixtapes.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Okay. Well, we start over again. Twitch is in an ad roll, so we'll get moving once Twitch is out of the ad roll. Alright. Which is out of an ad roll, so let's get back on with the show.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply... The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
I wanted to see what the narrator would say to that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Awaiting employee. Gotta have our companion bucket.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Nope.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
You sure about that, narrator?
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here.
All right. Oh no!
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket.
Oh god.
An actual bucket.
There's even dialogue for that too.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Oh lord.
Item 4. Is this a bucket? What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
What? He's just going with it now, I guess.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Oh gee.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
Oh god. Should I be concerned?
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhere adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No!
Okay, here we go.
Why?
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Everything was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Oh no. I was not expecting that. That was hilarious.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the... Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Bucket is love. Bucket is
In
life.
here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Alright.
Now pick up the phone.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him. The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Sure. I have my bucket back. I can't interact with that cubicle.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
It's my companion bucket. Don't you talk that way about my companion bucket. How dare you? My best friend! How dare you talk about my best friend like that? He's more than a bucket.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Them's fighting words. Don't you dare talk about my best friend that way. This bucket is more than a bucket. It's gotten me through some rough times. Rough times, I tell you. How dare you? Who do you think you're talking to?
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore.
From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
See? Now you're warming up to my best friend. Bucket is love. Bucket is life.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel
More
so
than a
need to
bucket.
point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket. No, 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 no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
One of us. One of us. Join us.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
What just happened? What'd you do to my bucket? Where's my bucket? What happened to my bucket? Bucket!
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Where's my bucket? Due to my bucket! There it is. I was worried there for a second.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
And don't you say another ill word against about my bucket. The absolute nerve of you. My best friend right here.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh, no.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
I'm happy with my bucket. Okay? We're starting a new life in this broom closet together. Okay? Is there any dialogue programmed for this situation? I do wonder. Oh. Oh. They want... Hey now. Oh, jeez. Can I leave? I guess I'm not giving up this bucket. What's... Ah, I can't even go to the back rooms. How dare you?
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
But I've got music turned off. That. I'm gonna head back to the broom closet. Got anything to say about that, narrator? Hello? Am I alone in here? I mean, I've got the bucket. Are we alone? Narrator! Hello? Shadow, he doesn't even have any dialogue for that. What do you say, kitty cat? The narrator even was fancy and put a fireplace there. Engine import bunk rotating. Raw assets map 2. That's coding. Refractor Bay 6. Small asset import. There's a lift over there. Okay.
Now this is what the Stanley parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Nope. Going back to my broom closet. You didn't close the door behind me, so... I wonder if they're... How did they not put any dialogue in the game for that? I would have thought they would have put some dialogue. Like, if this door is closed, then X dialogue plays, blah blah blah. But maybe the narrator gives us privacy when we're in the broom closet. Who knows? I don't want to give up my bucket, though. This bucket and I have been through some trying times together, narrator. The bucket is my world. What's down here? Maybe. Don't you close that door behind me.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Don't you kill my bestie!
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
You're gonna kill my
Can
bestie.
you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay,
Don't you touch my bucket.
Is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We
Nope.
can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket
No.
Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now. The fans
No.
are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give
No.
the fans what they want. Hurry and
Good luck. Did it eat the narrator? I was not gonna let it eat my bestie.
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation.
Well-
You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
I kept my bucket. I was not gonna let him kill my bestie. That's all Stanley has in that world. Bucket!
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Alright, what path have we set ourselves out on?
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to them, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
We've gone a couple different ways already. Okay, so there is one more of those. Somewhere both red and blue. Oh, okay. I think I know where that one is. Alright, Twitch is in an ad roll, so we're not going to go forward for just a moment. Give me time to stretch. There we go. What shadow? What shadow? Good kitty cat. Good shadow boy. Love. He is. He's a good kitty cat. I still find that funny, how many things changed in this, in this meeting room once the narrator talked about the collectibles. So somewhere both red and blue, I am going to suspect.
Coming to the staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Well, this is both red and blue.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
No!
Someone else's
Did you
bucket.
replace my
How
bucket?
did I end up with someone
How
else's
dare
bucket?
you!
This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Oh, Lord.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley. Find me. He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
What?
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Oh, dear.
Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about the narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him.
Yeah.
Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How
could I?
Can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
So don't forget your buckets, guys. Otherwise, good luck.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Hey, Rabbit! Thanks for the resub! Greatly appreciate the support, dude. Hopefully you're having yourself a good one. Dude, 5-month streak? Heck yeah, dude. Thank you for the support. Hey, Rabbit. How goes it? I know, shockingly, I'm not playing... Oh god, no. 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 Nope. Jeez.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
About time he says something nice about my bucket. Oh, this is called the Stanley parable.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I actually went the right direction. We need more planks! Warehouse access plan. Produce 1 plank to allow ease of access past fence. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Retrieve Chris's remains from warehouse floor. Construct new structurally sound bridge. Poor Chris. It's... No. No, you dare not ask.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Okay.
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and
Oh
for
dear.
all. Here we go. Now it's settled. No more debate. No more discussion. Take out the closet with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Oh Lord.
Oh, right. I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
It is, isn't it?
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment.
How
And to be
rude!
honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Bye! Dude, this game is great, Rabbit. I did a stream a couple weeks ago of this game, and I was like, you know what? I'm not in the mood for Star Trek tonight, so I'll play some more of Stanley Parable. This is such a funny game. The narrator, it's just chef's kiss, you know? And what was fast? How quickly I banned that bot? I saw the bot and I'm like, nope. I got a pretty good, I got a pretty quick ban hammer. How long is that narrator gonna be gone too? What? What? Shadow, you're just so happy. It's content. Hey, hey, hey. You know better than that. Don't look at me with that tone of voice. Don't look at me with that tone of voice. Are you gonna be nice or are you gonna be mean? If you're gonna be mean, you can't lay down in my lap. You want to stay where you're at, or do you want to go lay somewhere else? This is your choice. So you're gonna lay back down? I thought so. I thought so. I thought that's how that was gonna go. That was a good choice, Shadow. That was a big stretch. You coming back? No? How rude. How far did you leave? Narrator!
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Well, down there puts us in an endless loop. Guess we gotta go this way. Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Okay. Extreme bathrooms! Bath guy testifies in the trial of the century. Tired of getting ash on your porcelain? Faucets, pipes, offshoots. This game is great. Oh, you're purring now, Shadow? You're purring? Leave that door... I want that door open. Listen, narrator. You too? How rude! What's this? No, I want to go up. I'm in the same spot. Let's go down. Where'd the... Narrator! Hello? Something said my name. Stanley! Good lord. How long is this elevator ride? Recommendations from the Oversight Committee. Hey, these papers are glowing. Are these not important? Should I not be handing those to my boss? This is a long elevator ride. I didn't go anywhere. All that time and I didn't go anywhere? That's not cool, dude. That's not cool, dude. Input received. I don't know what that's gonna
Stepping into his
do,
manager's
but...
office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
We're in the back rooms now, people. Alright, narrator. What's gonna happen now? Oh no, loading.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Run, Stanley, run!
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolute... Well, he said, the number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life.
Hey,
Stanley
sorry.
looked expectant
Sorry.
at the bucket, but the bucket remained
Sorry.
silent. This was a
Okay,
shock
Shadow.
to Stanley.
I'm sorry.
He always felt
You
such
okay?
a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to
What
the bucket
happened?
as it was to him? Once Stanley had
sorry.
had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Hey, are you okay? I wasn't trying to scare the crap out of you. What happened? What happened? Poor guy. Yeah, he's over across the room sulking. I moved my leg just slightly and it scared the bejesus out of him. And then after he recovered from that jump, I went to put my hands on him to comfort him, and that scared the crap out of him like 3 more times. Then my leg moved and scared him again. And now he's over across the room sulking. It's okay, Shadow. You alright, dude? Poor guy. Well, I guess we gotta go back down.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he? Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
But why?
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
But why? There you. I'm not dead. I'm still alive. I might not be anymore, though. What is this?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Goodbye. What?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
Thank you! You saved me and the bucket! Thank you! You saved my life! My bestie and I can live!
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
I just had my bucket. I just had my bucket before I came in here. Oh no. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. We're standing at the precipice of knowledge, much like the a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within. A cavernous void, but through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history, it's the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn out here with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in ignorance and darkness? There's going to be an ad roll in about 3 minutes, those that are watching on Twitch. So this is a 3-minute heads up. What kind of ending thing is this?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
That's written backwards. That is written backwards. A bucket with 2 handles. This bucket is depicted as having 2 handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Okay. Beautiful artwork. It's a masterpiece! And a bargain at $2.3 quintillion. 25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. I can see why. Like I said, and at 26 quintillion dollars, quintillion? That's a bargain. What's down there? I love that they have a museum dedicated to buckets. Inferno Bucket! A replica of the Inferno Bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet, in spite of it all, the simple fact remains: no one can control a bucket. Not even you, viewer! It's over here. The Stress Bucket, an analogy. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Vulnerability, size, and strength of the bucket. Coping strategy equals hose. Stress equals the level of water in the bucket. Rest and relaxation, doing something you enjoy. Rest and relaxation. The Stress Bucket, presented without commentary. Why? Cave drawing. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. I'm not worthy enough to be in the presence of it, though. And Twitch has gone into an ad roll, so we're not going to continue on until they're out of the ad roll. So good time to stretch a little bit. I have been streaming for an hour and 13 minutes. So while they're in the ad roll, I'm just going to take a quick stretch break. I'll be right back, everybody. Alright, I have returned. Twitch is no longer in an ad roll, and I am back from my quick stretch break. I went and grabbed some snacks, so we're gonna keep on keeping on, everybody. Whistle Hardies.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Yes. The hanging bucket! This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good. Oh God. But why though? Are you coming back, Shadow? Are you coming back? Lay down, bud. No, that's not your snack. That's mine. You're okay, right? You're not gonna get scared? You're not gonna be scared again? Can't move the mouse, bud. Can't move the mouse. That's mine. You're gonna lay down. Okay. See? Keep wanting to lay down on the earbud cord, bud. Well, I grabbed, I grabbed some potato salad, and then I grabbed some hummus so I can dip crackers in it. Eat some hummus and crackers. I don't want to go down the hole. Wait, what if... I was floating in the air. That was weird.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
What? What? Partition Corp, providing partitions for 56 years.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay.
The embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I did it!
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
But... Come on, you have more stickers. Is he really not going to talk anymore? Are you really not going to talk anymore? Hello? He really noped out of that conversation, didn't he? He's really gone. How dare he?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast. Money, crisp. Okay. Alrighty then. Doors Monthly. Shapes. It's the cone, the new triangle. How I kicked my ugly pentagon habit. Illegal cubes and how to spot them. Exclusive Lenny Smith talks about his new box. Alrighty then. Couldn't get a good enough angle on that one to read the fine print. Graphs. How to be a good quarterly percentile. Can you say things without putting them in graphs? No. How to make graphs quickly. Alright. Help! I can't find my cat. Could it be indoors? What wallpaper should I put in my kitchen? I want to read the bottom one, but they went with text that blends in. How dare they? Alright, we gotta go this way.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. Monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
Perhaps.
Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do?
Probably.
What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
for he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Now what?
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and to... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
But it's my best friend!
The facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket.
Yep.
To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
So the building doesn't want the bucket. But I want to go to... I want to leave with my best friend. Didn't realize they were so popular.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
So... what if...
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
How dare you?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
I know, right?
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Does it make you hungry for wings? Get a bucket of wings. You can still get a bucket of chicken from KFC. It's pricey, but you can do it.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
Oops.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
What? What? Come on, you guys know I'm gonna push all these buttons. It's not really a mystery. Wait, do they turn back on? Oh, they turned back on. No. Wait. I got it. That not gonna work? I'm surprised the narrator hasn't said anything. Oops. I genuinely don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I'm just gonna push as many buttons as I can, fast as I can. We're gonna be pushing buttons for all eternity. Ah! What am I supposed to do here? I'm just running around pushing buttons. I don't know if there's a color combo or if there's a legitimate plan for all of these. I simply don't know. I'm lost. You guys have any ideas what I'm supposed to do here? Because I have no idea. I don't know how I got Stanley to heaven, but I don't think I should question it either because it is video game logic, and all of that goes out the window with the Stanley parable in general. I might have to reset. Button heaven. Hey Brian, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping in, dude. See, there is only when I push a button. See? I'm gonna look this up, guys. You know, so Twitch is going into an ad roll. We'll see you guys momentarily. That's gonna give me a few moments as well to stretch real quick and then figure out what to do now that we've reached button heaven. Wait, what? Oh. Yeah, trying to figure this out. Because... Oh, you went... Okay, you avoided... You avoided the earbud cord this time? Good boy. Good boy. Oh, I'm so proud of you, Shadow. What's he doing? You gonna lay down? No, no, that's my hummus. That's my hummus, it's not yours. Bye, Shadow. Huh. Okay. So, yeah, you're right, Brian. I do have to restart the game. But apparently, your computer will always be one button press away from reaching heaven. However, I do wonder... However, I do wonder, what happens if you're able to take the bucket with you to heaven? I was saying Twitch is going into an ad roll, Wata.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Let me in my office! I want in! Hello? Narrator! Open the door! Open the door! How dare you? Well, I guess I'm not able to go that way. Huh, I thought I'd be able to go that way. Okay, so...
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the
I
door.
did not mean for us to fall all the way down like I did.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours.
We would.
Alas, no stickers.
Keep running out stickers. Oh, dear. Should have bought more.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
So, let's see here. Grab some more potato salad. We'll continue on, guys. All right.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Well,
What horrible secret did this place hold?
oh, it is good
Stanley
potato
and
salad.
both wondered to themselves.
Although, it can be hard to find good potato salad. That's when you buy it from the store. Because some of them are good, some of them, good luck.
And Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
Nobody knows.
Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or
Dude,
not want to do in the first place?
Why would you put sugar in
These
it?
questions raced furiously in Stanley's
Sugar doesn't belong in potato salad.
No!
Bruh.
He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could
Some of
trust
the
no
potato
one
salads,
except for the bucket.
some of the potato salads I've bought have been dry somehow. Like they were in date and everything, but they were dry. And I don't understand how you make a dry potato salad. Like some don't have the right texture, some don't have the right taste, some are all right, but some are really good. And I hate when I spend money on potato salad and it's not good. Like, I mean, I'm like that with any food in general, but come on. Like the worst is when you spend like $40 on a very good meal. Well, what's supposed to be a very good meal, and the food quality's crap. That's the worst. It's like, come on, people. A little bit of seasoning goes a long way. Like, for me, it's hard to give out recipes, even for something as simple as spaghetti, because I season it until the ancestors tell me it's going to be a good, a good spaghetti sauce. You know? Like, and with that, you know, too, like, I like to let it marinate overnight. Like, I get a very lean cut of hamburger, or mincemeat, as some people call it. I'll do, like, the 93.7. I'll let that marinate with its seasonings overnight. And then I'll let the stuff that's going to go in the sauce marinate by itself overnight. I'll brown the hamburger. I'll slow cook it in the sauce. There you go.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
1, 2. Okay, so I found 1, 2, 3, and 5. Welcome in, Fox Audio. Good to see you. Hopefully you're having yourself a good one. Yeah, that's 5. I think there's a couple other buttons up there. Okay, I think we're gonna try and do the mind control.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
I can't leave the place with the bucket because my bucket's apparently too popular to leave.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
No, the orders were still missing. For now.
Ha! We did it! What is this? What is this? Where did we end up? This bucket heaven? My bestie and I get into bucket heaven? I can't do anything. I can't even move. Oh, I am moving. I guess I'm moving? Okay, I am moving. Okay, cool. So I guess we're walking this way? as Steven Tyler would say. Kind of silly bird am I? I don't know. So what happens if you... are we stuck here, or does something happen here? Like, there is no sprint feature. I can't sprint or anything. But I'm forever going to be walking this direction. I don't know if there's anything important this direction. But are my bestie and I forever walking? I'm so confused. There's no narrator here. I'm so confused. Yeah, like I don't know what's going on here. Apparently wandering eventually triggers the game to restart. Huh. Oh, cool. That's all we had to do.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
So if I have the bucket and I try doing the mind control ending, it is birds. Is it always going to be birds? I think it'll always be bird. So what if I leave the bucket behind? As hard as that is to do, okay? Because the bucket is awesome. The bucket is love, the bucket is life. But if I leave that behind and move forward, I don't want to leave the bucket behind though. No. But you know what we haven't seen is if we leave the bucket behind, is there different commentary? We're supposed to take the bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh. I'm disappointed.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
But what if I don't? What if I don't get right back on track?
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Not empty, I'm in here.
was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
So?
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yeah.
Standing around doing nothing? Why?
Why not?
Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
You wouldn't understand. If you're questioning my motives, you just simply won't understand.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite."
Is there a broom closet ending?
Friends find this concerning.
Dude, that'd be hilarious if there was a broom
Stanley
closet
was fat
ending.
and ugly and really stupid.
How
He
dare
definitely
you!
got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid.
I
he is.
resent that. How
With drugs.
dare you!
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Why so toxic?
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You
Good to be dead.
Room closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical melody of some sort shut down your central nervous system.
I'm right here.
And you collapsed on the keyboard.
How dare you!
Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
What if I don't? Gonna have more things to say, narrator? Why so toxic? Gee. It's my new apartment. It's cozy. And it's a real bargain at $2,500 a month. I mean, they even patched the drywall over here. See that? Now it's got a shared kitchen. Downside is it's got a shared bathroom area. But other than that, it's nice and cozy. Is he done commenting? Dude, that would be hilarious if there was a broom closet ending. Wait. I guess we gotta move on. There's no more dialogue. Darn it!
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do... You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can have a talk to. A fish, fungus. Look, You can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Oh. That it? No more commentary? Bruh. And those watching on Twitch, in 3 minutes, there's gonna be an ad roll. Fine, I'll keep going.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Well, in looking for those figurines, it said there was something both red and blue. I know there's a set of red and blue doors this way we can go through.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange.
Yeah.
I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought.
Yeah, it is odd, isn't it?
And while he thought it all very odd, and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley.
Oh, jeez.
After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was...
Oh, no.
That this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal.
I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better.
Oh, jeez.
Then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Oh, Lord. And we are back at the beginning once again. Okay, so...
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to leave our companion bucket behind. Because I went the wrong direction. So...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly
It's going to be
well.
this direction,
Perhaps
I
he
think.
wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot. What? Really?
Yes.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen
There it
carefully,
is.
this is important. And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Alright, let's go! Thank you all so much for the support. It is greatly appreciated.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
So what is this solution? Oh no.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Oh no.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just... No, wait. Where are you going? Right. Where were we? Oh no! Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
I've done this one before. Let's examine all of the edge. How hilarious would it be if there was a spot to fall and die in the space that the narrator said was safe? That'd be hilarious. Be like, whoopsie.
No! What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You heard me before, didn't you? You will die. What about this isn't getting through to you? Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley. No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room? There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both...
Wait, what happens if we end up staying
If
here?
we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
Is there an ending if we just stay here? Because I've done the other one before, but I never thought to stay in this room. Oh, thank God you didn't die. Excuse me. Yeah, I wonder if there is an ending for this particular... I mean, it's pretty and all, but... Let's see. I'm doing some reading while we wait. Because I am curious as to if this is a actual ending? Or do we have to keep falling? I, what I'm reading, apparently you're supposed to just end up. Oh. So wait, there is no. Interesting. So you have to go this direction to end this.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
I'll just begin the game again. I don't want to make this narrator sad. I don't like that that's the only way to get out of it.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
No.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Okay. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. This was entirely unexpected. I didn't think it'd be so memorable to the 2013. So we're having to go this direction?
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Seven of 6. Oh god. Now what happened?
And here was the second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own just by poking around behind the boss's office. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6.
8.
But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
I think it was under the stairs?
No. Under the stairs was the 4th place you found a Figanley, not the 3rd. Well,
Oh.
I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If Under the Stairs feels like the third place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments? Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened. This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
God. Oh, jeez. Everything by the Narrator, starring Stanley.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else. And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the
I
mind
know,
works?
right?
All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
You are
And
in the
then
present.
There was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Oh, Lord.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
What? What if I go through this door that time?
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this.
How many
I
of
must
these
say,
are we
of all
gonna
the
collect?
figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
Good Lord.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the
Oh
video?
no, are we gonna watch it again?
Yes, I love that video.
What if I fall? Yeah, screw it. We're not gonna fall just yet. We've got figurines to collect, everybody!
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
15. I have no idea how many times we're gonna do this.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Oh, okay. We're stuck in a loop, I think. I go this way. Oh, I can't go this way. No! No! I wanted to go the other way this time.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why
Good
does
Lord.
anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
And
This is
again.
the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Collect them all! Can you find them? 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 We're back here? Okay. This is odd.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more memories.
Oh dear.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic.
Oh,
memory,
no.
this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office?
I don't think so.
There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Oh no.
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh Lord. What? Oh, good Lord. There's a phone ringing.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
What? What? Good lord. So, the future happiness? Whatever? Oh no, I'm kind of concerned about what we're gonna end up running into, guys. But we're gonna keep going after I take a stretch break. I've got to run to the restroom, everybody. So if you've got to switch laundry over, if you've got to get a snack, grab some food, use the restroom yourself, now is a good time to do so. I shall return in about 15 minutes. So we shall see you guys momentarily. I have returned, everybody. I do apologize for the delay. I hope everybody was able to get a snack, get something to drink, use the restroom themselves, or switch their laundry over. Okay. So... something about boxes that are going to be delivered. That's going to be interesting. Yeah, you can you can see the stickers better, guys. All right, so okay. We're going to go this direction. There is an ending I want to
Stanley
get.
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Now what's the board meeting say?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Probably. Monetize free to play! Shift global market parade. Or paradox. Synergize! Core value expenditures. Core value expenditures. There should be good. Alright, everyone is unique, and you most of all. Alright.
Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Oh, mean. Why? All because I wanted to go into a broom closet? Such negativity. Oh my goodness. Fine.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I've got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say, that's a lovely purse. I do like that there's generally something different written on the bathroom wall. Wait, so if we don't have the bucket, does something happen? It almost sounds like the narrator's getting into that as well. Yeah, you still don't end up going anywhere, which is pretty upsetting. It'd be cool if there was like
Stepping
a
into his manager's
good...
office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was... Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Oh no. Get here. Good boy. He's
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly
not going down. That's not yours either. Simba? Why do you insist on going that direction? Move. Go on. Why do you insist on going that direction? So wait, what if I go back up without the bucket?
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out. Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
So nothing different happens. You have to have the bucket in order for that dialogue. Interesting. So let's go back down.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
Not today.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
So sarcastic. Well, narrator?
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
Oh, Lord. He really put us on hold.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
Dude, he put us on hold again. What? That's funny. He really put us on hold.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley. Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Nope. There's not even any dialogue.
You know what? I've just thought of something.
Hold on, let's stop for a moment.
Oh no.
Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh good, we're here.
No.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
All eyes on Stanley, live on stage. World's healthiest human being, all tricks revealed. How we did it, the pyramids. The guy who went to Mars. Stanley reveals all in new book. Oh, Lord. An evening with world peace, baby.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
But I don't want to go through that door. To stage! Welcome, Stanley!
I told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling, and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get 'em.
Up again, down again. New book. An unforgiving account of ups as well as downs. Highs and lows, isn't that what life's about? Our magazine. Stanley is irrevocably bidirectional. In his memoir, Up Again, Down Again, The Stanley Story, he offers a rare glimpse into a conflicted young man's experience of going up, then down, but then up and down and up once more. Stanley's other work includes walking around and pushing buttons. Narrator Press. There we go. Goodness. All eyes on us, huh? Yeah. The dude who came up with pizza. No way. Stanley! Woohoo! All eyes on me. What? What is this?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What happened? What did we do? This is different.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
I don't care. Welcome to the whiteboard ending. What? Dog mode. That's clever.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss... Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked
Oh.
upstairs to the boss's office.
Well, that one's still the same.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yes. Oh. No. That'd be funny if you could. Alright. Down we go. I still don't know what was up with the box phone call. Said there was gonna be like over 400 boxes? Ah, excuse me. Wasn't me!
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with
I think I was meant to
television
grab the
screens.
bucket.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Oh no! I'm now even more concerned, Brian.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Those watching on Twitch, there's going to be an ad roll in about 3 minutes, so just a 3-minute warning before we have an ad roll.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Just interesting to me that things are blue.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm going to leave the bucket behind again this time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Said they're going to show up, so I'm going to believe you?
Yet,
But I'm
not a
so
single
curious
person
as to how they're going to show up.
feeling a wave of disbelief.
You
Stanley decided
brat!
to go up to his boss's office, hoping he
How
might find
dare
him
you!
there.
I wanted to go in there! Brat. That's rude.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
To be rich? Is it a crime to commit crimes? Isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. I wanted to go in that closet, dang it. The broom closet is great.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, surprise.
Cue surprise. Down we go. Blah, blah, blah. Mind control. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. So,
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I was doing some reading, guys. I apologize.
The lights
That's why I
rose
wasn't
on an
moving for a
enormous
second.
room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
It'd be so interesting if there was actually a combination to port that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
Fine, I'll
decided
do
to
the
go to
proper
meeting
ending.
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'll do the proper ending. Crying out loud.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I thought those numbers had something to do
Yet
with,
there was not a single person here either.
but I guess not.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Anything different in here? Nope.
Here's the door, just go.
Don't mind if I yes. That's hilarious. Just go through it. It took long enough for him to just give up.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Blah blah blah, regular ending, blah blah blah.
The lights rose
Those
on
boxes
an
need to...
enormous room packed with
Oh,
television
you know what?
screens.
What if they're...
What horrible
know what?
secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
What if they're gonna be in the warehouse?
Now,
That would make
the
sense.
monsters jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
Do the thing.
Stanley's co-workers. The lives of
Do
so
the
many
thing.
individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
I will say, it does affect your morale if you have a manager that's just staring at you on the security camera, watching everything you do on the security camera. It really
This
does affect your
mind
morale.
control Facility. It was too
Like, dude, I don't
horrible
need to be
believe it
babysat.
couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't
Going all the way
accept
back
it.
up.
His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Oh, sorry.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never...
There we go.
blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives,
it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
I think we've pretty much gotten all of the endings.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I'm wondering if those boxes are going to show up in the warehouse.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Oh, there are a couple endings I've missed? I mean, we've gotten a lot of the
Stanley was so bad at
endings.
following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you... Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Nope.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad
Yep.
to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
I know I've already played this game before. I spent 6 hours playing. Gotten the freedom ending, gotten the countdown ending, bottom of mind control ending, museum ending. Yeah, we got that. That was the bucket museum ending. Press conference ending. Yeah, we got the Mariella ending. Oh! Interesting. I haven't gotten that ending. Yeah, we're gonna strive for that one.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working
I like how he
on,
dismisses
and now
that.
would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's
Bye.
over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Yeah, so this is going into the game's ending.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley?
Fire
What's
watch.
our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
Room with a phone.
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more.
Let me out.
Come, let's
Or let me
venture
out. Let me
there
out.
and see what else is out there. Oh no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path.
Lordy.
You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it.
I don't understand
Stanley.
why you're so opposed
I'm
to
going
open
get
world
us out
games.
here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now,
Be surprised.
this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Yeah, this one is Rocket League. You have the car, and all you gotta do is use the car to play soccer. Or football, as it's called in other countries. Your goal is to get that into the goal.
Are you doing... Hold on. What are you doing?
And this gets you further into the back rooms.
I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it, down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
So, that's the game's ending. That one leads us to the button ending, or button heaven.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never...
Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
This one...
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office...
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping in...
There's an ending we didn't have before. I got that timing down perfect for that. That was great. What's the door that's going to be open? Yeah, I'd read about it and I was like, well, I don't know if I'm going to get the timing down the right way on that one. You are now leaving. Escape pod bay, floor 760. 754. $7.55. So I've noticed a distinct absence of the narrator. Interesting. What did we do? Did we trap him in the boss's room? Oops. 756. He's not gonna be very happy with us. Yeah, the narrator's not gonna be very happy with us at all. 757. 758. $7.59. I know, right? But unfortunate as well, because I do enjoy his commentary. Escape pod launch bay. Escape! Escape. Now what? Good lord. Hey, look! An escape pod. Wait. The bucket? I guess the bucket's escaping. Come on, Stanley, get in there. There's plenty of room. You and the bucket can escape. No! Bye, bucket! Bye, bestie! Be free! Are we gonna have commentary again?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Yep.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So what happens if we don't take the bucket with us for that?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might
He
find
keeps
an answer.
locking us out of that broom
Into his
closet.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What, we can't do that ending now? Is the narrator onto us? Oh no. Is he onto us? See, we already read that. Bruh.
Here's the door, just go.
Not really the ending I wanted.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing?
It's a replacement bucket. So you said go into the room with the phone. Which room had the phone?
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
That's rude.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, so I'm gonna rely on you for this one, Brian. Oh yeah, I got the tape recorder.
Stanley just stood there doing nothing at all. He seems to think I have nothing better to do with my time than to sit around and describe every fascinating little detail of his inability to do anything. This is why Stanley and I are on such good terms.
If you say so.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Don't jump off.
And
okay.
here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah, good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now. Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management,
What?
which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
What?
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter.
Just a little.
I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
We're leaving the back rooms, everybody. Oh, now there's a...
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches.
There's a
Oh,
safety
but
cage.
You'll say, how ridiculous, how absurd, what a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now.
Oh,
Well, I
no.
wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley. The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
If you say so. Here. Now I'm concerned.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I guess.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
What?
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on
What
the
happens
left.
if we keep going to the left?
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back.
Oh. I guess you have
Here we
to
go.
follow
You
the
ready?
door to the right.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set
Come on.
of 2 open doors,
Come on.
they entered the door on the left.
Let's do it!
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's
Oops.
all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Oh, good lord.
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which is the whole point of this. I'm no good at these.
This was a good ending.
I
Thank
need
you,
more
Brian.
Instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Oh, God. Alright, so, there's another ending that I just read.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was
But
okay.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay, I gotta get the timing perfect on this part.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Sorry to break it to you, Stanley, but that lift isn't coming back. You'd best either get comfortable right here on this platform, or test your luck by jumping to the floor below. You know what? Looking at it now, it's not that far to the bottom floor. I bet you can make it. Come on. I'm sure you'll survive the jump. Don't tell me you're scared. That's not the Stanley I know. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it.
Do it! Land on those buckets. Or those boxes. Buckets. Those are funny looking buckets. Everything's a bucket in this game, dang it. I'm gonna land on those boxes. Mr. Narrator, you got anything to say about it? You gonna add anything? Yeah, I'm sure I could escape. Ready, everybody? I'm not.
Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
Jeez. I wonder if you can...
Gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No. No, surely not.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was
Wonder
not
if
the way
there's-
to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go.
Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Well, from here, it looks like the only way forward is down, since the lift won't be coming back. But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Well... Yeah, we got the tape recorder ending. We got the apartment building.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Let's see.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
That's what I was
But
thinking.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the
That's the
first open door
direction I was heading.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Oops. How inconvenient.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Those watching on Twitch, there's going to be an ad roll in about 2 minutes. So this is your 2-minute heads up that there's about to be an ad roll. We got the game's ending. See, there is an art ending, but you have to literally play the baby game for 4 hours. But I don't have the patience to sit and play that game for 4 hours. I don't think we're going to be able to do that ending. Oh yeah, we got the no buckets ending. Four, 3, 4?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
It gives us the option. You know what? We're gonna milk this.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact,
I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
What if I'm choosing this option? Nothing's happening! I do love that it popped up. Are you sick of this gag? Am I going to have to... Oh, Lord. Oh, you know what? I think I'm going to try this with the bucket.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Okay, for that, what do I do, Brian? But I don't want to mess up that line of story. Do I go to the warehouse? Oh. The game has to be Okay. Where's my bucket?
As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them. Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
Oh, yeah?
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans.
Oh, God.
And the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger. Of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
What?
My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've
What?
demonstrated such bravery
What?
today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go to the bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
I thought they were my bestie! Oh, no! What? I was not expecting that. Wow. Dude.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
What?
What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley...
I didn't
thought
know
to
you could
himself,
float
is to
that.
Wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
What? Well...
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Yeah, it was. What'd you do, narrator?
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and
Oh,
see
no.
how long you can maintain.
Oh
There
no,
once
is it
was a
gonna?
man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like
No.
some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible.
Oh no.
And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. You too will become quite unbearable.
I gotta say, they chose the perfect voice actor to be the narrator. So what if the narrator gives up? I am curious now. There. I mean, it's not that bad of a melody. Gonna Google that. Did the narrator just give up? Did we best the narrator? No. Mr. Narrator? Hello? Hello? I must be alone out here. Mr. Narrator? Hello?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. So there was another. There's a lot of endings. Let's see here. So, oops. Did the out of map one. Well, there's there's an ending if you do cheats, but I'm not planning on doing cheats. Oh. Paywall ending. Play 3 endings in mobile version. I didn't know there was a mobile version of the game. We got the new content ending. Oh, the skip button ending was hilarious. Stanley! Stanley, it's been years! Don't push that button! What? Skip? We got the sequel ending. Infinite Hole ending, yes, we got that one. Figurines ending. Epilogue, yeah, we got that one. Huh. Yeah, Freedom, Countdown. Bottom Line Control, Museum. Press Conference, yeah, we did that with going up and down. Well, that's what this said, there's a mobile version. You gotta do something on the mobile version. Mariella ending. Escape pod ending. Oh! Oh! I gotta try that without the bucket. Yeah. We're gonna leave the bucket behind. We're gonna try this other ending.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I wasn't even expecting to get all the
Yet there was not a
figurines.
single person
I didn't
around.
even know there was a way to go.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley
That's still
decided to
blocked
go up
off.
to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Bruh.
Here's the door.
Alright, so now we're heading towards the escape pod again. The first time we had the bucket, so this time we're not taking the bucket with us. Let's see. There'll be another door opening. Yeah, it's right there. Okay, cool. You're now leaving. Same area as before. Up and up and up. We gotta get to floor 760. Which... we don't even know if this facility's underground, above ground. Nobody knows. It's all a secret. I mean, there is an ending where the whole building is swallowed by sand at the skip button. Nobody knows how long you were out, but it's so funny doing the skip button. I don't even remember how I got to the skip button. now leaving. We're walking down this hall. Alright, now what? Okay. Yeah, so I got all the rest of the ending. There's only two that I'm not going to attempt. Yeah, there was the paywall ending, and then there's the art ending. We pretty much got all the rest of the endings. Yeah, that's what it said, like, in the... Let's see here. We got all the out-of-map ones, Heaven ending, Serious ending. That one, you have to... You have to cheat to get that ending. I'm not really looking at getting that ending. The whiteboard one, there's a different... There's more you can do with it while having your character bark. I don't even remember how I got to that one. Oh, right, it was in the blue office that loaded. But I'm pretty sure that one's like randomly generated as to when you get the blue office. So... yeah, paywall ending. Play 3 endings in the mobile version, then enter the 2 doors room. The narrator presents the features in the full game and leads Stanley to a room with the paywall behind an open door. If the player restarts the game, they will restart in this room with the paywall behind, meaning no other progressions can be made. Yeah, the new content ending. Yeah, I did all of those in the new content area. Skip button ending. Yeah. That one was interesting. Sequel ending, we did that. Yeah, we did all of those. Infinite hole ending, yeah, we did that one. Figurines ending, epilogue. It's saying we got all the endings. Huh. Well, I'm reading from the Stanley Parable wiki. That's if I generally get stuck in an area, I look up the official Wikipedia. Yeah, we got a couple different Mariella endings. One with her holding her own bucket, one with her finding our body while the narrator talks about it. We did the office ending, apparently, where we just closed the door. I didn't know you could close the door. See, I did that the epilogue in the last stream of the game. Because that's in the playlist. Because I have this and the previous one saved to a Stanley Parable playlist. I spent over 6 hours in that one. Jesus. Spent almost 5 hours in this one. Are you upset because I'm still awake, Shadow? Huh? What's the matter? You came right up to my face. What? What's wrong? What are you doing, Shadow? What are you doing? Come here. And keep in mind, too, this is the Ultra Deluxe, not the original, or not the first one. Ultra Deluxe, to me, made more sense to buy. Because it contained the first game, and then new content as well, so I could explore more avenues of the Stanley Parable. I did. I did that in the last stream a few weeks ago. If you want, I can do it again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We even did the storyline where it was going all up and down the walls and everything.
Two open doors. He entered the door on his left.
We even did the press conference about the importance of the number 3.
Not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
I skipped the dialogue too much by entering the number. And he's just like, go. Oh, those watching on Twitch, there's going to be an ad roll in about 2 minutes. So this is your 2-minute heads up for an ad roll.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control
I even did that
Facility.
Escape. And then with the bucket, that led us to the museum.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
I've got the music muted pretty much as I could to prevent the possibility of a copyright claim. So that's why you're not hearing that music right now. Oh, Shadow, you're so happy. What's wrong, bud? Oh, really? Oh, yeah? Well, then what happened next, bud? Where are you going? Really? Oops. Well, you're not supposed to fall off, but... You okay? And Scylla just looked over, saw him fall, and then rolled over. There are papers scattered all across the office.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Oh, the printer is still... Where's the printer at? You can't turn off this printer, even though it wants to be turned off. Shadow? Why you being a brat there, bud? Why you being a brat there, Shadow? What?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Matter, Shadow? Hey. You're not supposed to headbutt my hand that's controlling the mouse. Goodness. You're gonna make the audience dizzy. Yeah. You'll make them dizzy, Shadow. They don't want to be dizzy when they're watching the stream. Huh. Quite rude. Okay, you're laying down right now? Good boy. Good boy, Shadow.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It was okay.
It was okay. You're not gonna elaborate if I stay here? You think I'm just skipping through? I change things up and then it stumps the narrator?
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Yeah, I'm on break.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Yeah, I did the Adventureline ending. That one was hilarious.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
But you're talking right now. Are you happy, Shadow? You are. You're a good boy.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Defeat the Huns?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Yeah, and we were just here. RIP headphone users? Yeah, that's a little bit louder than I thought it would be. Yeah, so apparently Button Heaven is where Stanley is happiest. So there's nothing further than just restarting from here. Oh well. But it is after 1 o'clock in the morning. I do want to go further, but I will need to go get some sleep. So unfortunately, I believe this is where I'm going to end the stream for tonight. So I do want to thank you all so very much for watching. If you liked what you saw, stay tuned for lots more content. We got a lot more content planned. If you like, you can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, as well as join us in Discord if you fancy a chat. The links to all of those are down in the description below. Also, if you wish to play the game yourself or support the developers, by all means, the link is in the description below as well. I do want to thank you all so very much for the 2 likes. Greatly appreciate the support, guys. It truly is appreciated. I also want to take a moment to thank Brian so much for stopping in and chatting with us for a little bit. On Twitch, I do want to thank Wataboxen so very much for stopping in and chatting with us for a little bit. I also want to thank Rabbit for stopping in and chatting with us for a little bit, as well as the resub. Greatly appreciate the support, Rabbit. I would inform you guys of when we're gonna go live again, but I'm still trying to figure out
where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
I'm still trying to figure out when we're gonna, or when. Okay, this isn't that difficult to say. Come on, brain, work. I'm still trying to figure out the new stream schedule. So I would suggest joining the Discord if you wish to know when we're going to go live again, because that is where we are the most active as far as notifications in regards to the channel. On that note, though, before we go, we want to leave you all a nice little reminder, just in case your mind is playing tricks on you today. We want you to remember that you matter, you're important, you're loved, and your presence on this earth makes a difference whether you see it or not. We're all very thankful that you're here. We hope to see you all in the next one. Take it easy and have yourselves a great one.